Welcome to the hot shop here at the Museum of Glass. Today we have our visiting artist with us here in the hot shop, Kacie Lee. They will be here from the 4th through the 8th. And what we're doing is we are exploring different forms, abstract forms of glass. Kind of like after the Big Bang or when a star explodes. So we'll be making these free forms interpreted through glass blown objects. So the process, it starts by dipping the hollow steel rod into the furnace, and as we've gathered up glass, we've added color to the surface of the glass already. We've gathered over that, and now we'll go in with the block and papers. He'll blow into the end of the tube there, which will continue to expand the bubble. And then in with the papers. The papers are just folded newspaper that have been soaked in water. This will allow her to be able to shape almost as if she's using her bare hand. Whenever we hang it over the side of the bench there, that just helps the glass to naturally fall. Our visiting artist, Kacie Lees, is from the based in the Chicago area. In her everyday life, she teaches at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Kacie challenges the traditional craft of neon by both experimenting with alternative approaches of the materials, components, and focusing on scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven fine art form. So we'll go in with those jacks. Those jacks are a tool that help us carve into the glass and shape the glass. So as she pinches, we'll carve a jack line in. This jack line is a reference point. It indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So as we carve into the glass, it'll create that weak point we refer to as a jack line. As they rotate back and forth, Trenton is blowing into the end of the pipe to continue to expand the form, the bubble. So to keep the glass nice, hot, and malleable, we have to continue to go in and out of the reheating chamber. That glory hole there rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's lined with hollow fire brick, and those hollow fire bricks can withstand those very, very, very high temperatures. If you look, oh, if you look up on the big screen there, you'll be able to see neon primer. Neon primer is, well, just a bit of it. Some of Kacie's past works and neon primer, a handbook on light construction by Kacie Lees. So if you're interested in learning more about neon, you're more than welcome to check out the book in the store. It's Neon Primer, available here at the gift shop. So what we'll do with that hot torch there is concentrate it on the area that we may want to manipulate. And so the hot torch is about, it can get up to about 5,000 degrees. And so when we hit it with a lot of heat in a certain area and then flash the body of the piece, this area will become a lot more soft than the rest of it. So if we want to manipulate it, we can either make it go concave or blow it out. So we'll see what they will do in a moment. So we're going to blow into the pipe there to expand the area that we hit with the hot torch. My name is Emily, and if you all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer your questions. Once again, we have Kacie Lees with us here in the hot shop this week. Thanks for hanging out with us here at Museum of Glass. So we're exploring different forms. These forms represent like the abstract view of what a star looks like when it blows up, or what the earth looked like when it was reforming itself. I have some images here that I can just hold up and kind of show you. So we're just playing with the idea of light and form and how the glass translates, and the transparency colors of glass and how light interacts with these forms. Kacie Lees is a neon artist, and typically in her day-to-day life, she's a professor at the School of the Arts in Chicago. She's the neon professor, but she said she's really excited to work in the hot shop this week in creating different forms that she can later go back and pump light into, or plasma into these forms at a different point in time. And so what she's doing is she is comparing and contrasting light and how the neon intersects or interacts, or where the two mediums, I guess you could say, intersect, and that is the hot shop form and the neon form. And so light is the focus, and shape and abstract shapes, and life when the bang happened, and the lights that came through. So now we removed the form from the initial blowpipe to work on the opposite side, to clean up the opposite side that was attached to the blowpipe. Welcome to the hot shop. Our visiting. So when we attach the punty, sometimes this happens, right? So we attached it. Maybe it wasn't on all the way. Maybe it was a little cold, and so glass blowing can be challenging because it's a material that will do what it needs to do when it wants to do it. And so sometimes glass breaks if it hits the floor. So let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. So, in the event that the glass was a little chilly, or the connection point was a little chilly, it fell on the ground and it cracked. So we're going to start all over. And so what that means is you get to watch how it starts, which is great. So what we'll do now is I'll tell you a little bit about Kacie before we get into the process. And so Kacie Lees is our visiting artist for the week. Can we please see some of Kacie's past works? Kacie Lee works as a neon professor at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Sometimes she teaches for NYU at the Urban Glass in Brooklyn, New York. And sometimes she teaches at Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. So she really enjoys working with neon. And here she is exploring different abstract forms of life after the Big Bang and what it looked like, right? And so we'll be using transparent colors to then incorporate light and to observe how the light interacts with these transparent colors. So Kacie challenges the traditional craft of neon by both experimenting with alternative approaches of the materials components and focusing on scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven fine art form. She's also written a book here. It's called Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction. If you're interested in learning more about what's inside of the book, it is available in the store here at Museum of Glass. So the process will start by dipping into the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. Can we please see the furnace diagram? They're going to move to the middle bench in just a moment. So the furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. When you dip into the furnace, the hot glass likes to stick to the hot steel, and when it comes out, it'll be that really beautiful orange color there on the diagram. As it cools down back to being clear. All the glass in the furnace is clear. So on the left side of the hot shop, what we've done is we've dipped the rod into the furnace. We've gathered clear glass, and then Trenton brought over a color bar, which is a little piece of color. We've laid it over the clear bubble, and what he'll do is he'll stretch it all the way back over that clear bubble. This is known as a color overlay. This is how we are applying color to the clear glass today for the process of creating color on the surface of the glass. So as you see there, he's rotating what it kind of looks like orange and black glass, but it's not. He's just stretching the bit of color all the way back to lay it over the clear bubble. We use a lot of clear and a little color, and it looks like all one color, but a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear goes a long way. So next we'll dip back into the furnace to gather over this this initial starter bubble to be able to create this form. The forms are abstract in shape. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the day. And if you have any questions, feel free to shout my name out and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So now that we've gathered over that color overlay, you'll have a little bit more of an orange halo over the colorful glass there in the core. He'll go in with a block. That block, it looks like a black little cup, little bowl. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water. And what that does is it keeps our core hot. That's what we want. So we can continue to expand the bubble. But it cools those walls down on the outer layers. So when we blow out the bubble, it'll evenly expand the shape. So now that the glass has cooled down a bit, we'll roll it into, we'll gather into the furnace again. We'll dip that mass into the furnace and rotate. Strip it. Whenever we strip glass off in this way, we can recycle the glass that we drip or strip off into the bucket as long as it's clear, has not touched the ground, does not have any other colors. So into the reheating chamber, can we see the glory hole diagram? So we'll dip in, we'll go into the glory hole to get the shape we've blown out nice and hot. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's only used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature rests at about 2,300 degrees. Within those glory holes, you'll find hollow fire bricks, which can withstand those high temperatures. All of the glory holes, which are the orange face ovens, open ovens, are the same. The furnace is where all the molten glass is held. Thank you. So now we'll go in with our papers. Our papers are just regular old newspaper soaked in water. And that will allow for Sarah to be able to touch the glass almost as if she's using her bare hand. We'll give it a little flash at the end of the pipe there to prepare the area to be carved into with the jacks. We're going to get the area nice and warm, so when we go in and touch that section with the jacks, we'll get a nice connection, squeeze the jacks, and then we'll start to carve in a weak point. We'll carve into the glass and pull it away from the end of the pipe. So there we'll go with those jacks. She'll pull her hand to the right at an angle, which will help take the bubble away from the end of the pipe. And now we're going to carve in there at the end of the pipe, the beginning of the piece. We're just going to reinforce that jack line. A good jack line is important to be able to transfer the piece from the initial pipe at any point in time. And again, my name's Emily. Kacie Lees is with us in the hot shop this week on Sunday. If you would like to learn more about Kacie, she'll have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer your questions. So we are hitting the area we would like to manipulate with a hot torch. What this will do is it'll get it nice and malleable. We'll flash the body of the piece, and when we come out, it'll be even softer. And so then we'll be able to manipulate it, whether we pluck it out or not pluck it out, but pull it out or push it in. These are forms we would find after the Big Bang, during the Big Bang. So all of that energy just reforming itself is what Kacie is exploring. All of the cells just kind of re-strategizing to become what we are today. So, spectroscopy measures a light source spectrum with the use of a dispersive medium like a prism, a diffraction grafting film, or spectroscope. So, I have little spectroscopes that I passed around so you could see how the little spectroscope interacts with the different light sources here in the hot shop. For those of you who are just joining us here in the hot shop, I hope you're having a happy Wednesday. We have Kacie Lees with us, exploring here from the furnace work. Typically, Kacie is teaching neon. She teaches daily at the School of the Arts in Chicago. She's the neon professor. You could also sometimes find her in Brooklyn teaching or Los Angeles. And so she teaches a class for NYU at Urban Glass and the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles, but daily she'll be at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. So Kacie challenges the traditional craft of neon by both experimenting with alternative approaches of the material's components and focusing on the scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven fine art form. Her artist talk will be Sunday at 1 p.m. And if you can't make it back here, you can always tune into our live stream that's available on the program, the Hot Shop tab. So when artists have residencies here in the Hot Shop, they apply to work with the team. So what you're looking at is Kacie there in the white jumpsuit, and then we have Serena, AV, and then the Hot Shop team here. The Hot Shop team is who the artist would like to work with, and so they So they seek out to be able to come here and work with this team to bring their ideas to life through furnace work, so hot shop work. And there's glass is different, right? So there's many ways to make glass, and it's all a special skill set that one should have to understand the material to bring the vision or the illustration to life. And so this team is a superb team that has been here with the museum for almost over 20 years, and sometimes the team will rotate. Sometimes there's subs that come in and work, and so that is what you're looking at. It's happening here in the hot shop today. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? To learn more about neon, you can also look at the Neon Primer book in the store, a handbook on light construction by Kacie Lees. And so if you're interested in diving deeper to learn about light, be sure to pick up a copy of the book. I passed out some spectroscopy lenses to be able to understand what it is that you're looking at when you look through that lens. It picks up various forms of light that we can't see to the naked eye. So now we'll put this piece here, we'll connect a transfer rod to be able to remove the initial blown form from the end of the initial pipe to work on the opposite side. So we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in. It's a line of tension. It creates a weak point in the glass. And when we put a little bit of water in that area, thermal shock will set in. So she'll dip into the water, thermal shock will set in, she'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations will help release the glass from the end of the pipe. So the glass here in the hot shop furnaces, it's always clear. It starts clear, right? So to add color, what we did today was we performed a color overlay. We'll get this piece here nice and hot so we'll be able to manipulate it. It's easier to hit it with the torch there at the bench, or it's better to. So when we go back in and reheat or give the whole piece a flash, will come out. That area will be nice and malleable so she can then manipulate it. So anywho, when we apply color to glass, this is the color application method, the color overlay application method that we use today to get the color on the surface. So what you're looking at is a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear. We blew the form out. When it chills, it looks like one color. That's an illusion. So can we see the color overlay video to learn how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we dipped the piece into a powder here. So adding this to the surface of the glass, it's glow powder, so it'll help it glow in the dark when the proper not light hits it. So now we'll get the end of the connection point nice and warm. The little bit of glass at the end of the rod there. We'll flash it. Trenton is suited up to be able to catch this piece from off the pipe. Those Kevlar gloves are made from the same materials as bulletproof vest. They physically will help him not get burnt, but trust and believe he can still feel those really high temperatures of the glass radiating through the material. So we need to make sure that that connection point there is super duper hot. So when we drop water on it, it'll really set in and shock the environment there in the glass to help release the form off the end of the pipe. So she'll cinch it. We'll get under it. We'll hold the pipe upwards so when we put the water on, it doesn't hit the piece. Put a little bit of water on that connection point there. Tap at the pipe, and then it'll release. Let's give them a hand for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll go to cool down overnight. It's really important that we put it into the annealing oven to cool all the way back down to prevent any form of thermal shock. Have a wonderful Wednesday. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We're going to do it all again in just a moment. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? Can we please see the furnace diagram? So we've dipped into the furnace with that hollow steel rod. He's blown into the rod to create a little bubble. The furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. When they come out of the furnace, you'll see that the glass is that beautiful orange color on the diagram. Thank you. If we now you'll see that he's rotating the rod there and manipulating it with the jacks. This is what he's doing to prep the color overlay. The little bit of glass that looks black there will be laid over the clear bubble. It'll be stretched all the way to the end of the pipe. And this is how we lay color over a clear bubble. It's known as a color overlay to add color to the surface of the glass. So we'll go in and out of the furnace and the glory hole. So the glory hole, the ovens with the orange faces, those are just heat. So they're just hollow fire brick lined barrels that rest at 2,300 degrees. And then when we dip into the furnace, that's the oven where Trent is spraying water right now. He sprays the water on the surface to eliminate any bubbles, so he's cleaning it. And inside of that pot is about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass that rests at 2,100 degrees. So we're just allowing for the tiny bubble that we laid color over to cool down a bit. And then we're going to gather over it again. So sometimes when we dip in and out of these high temperature furnaces and ovens, the pipe gets a little hot to touch. So whenever they take it to like one of the side of the hot shop, they're just cooling the pipe down on the pipe cooler. So now we've gathered over this color overlay a few times. We're going to start to expand the bubble by blowing into the end of the pipe. She'll make contact with the papers. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. He'll blow into the end of that pipe there to expand the bubble and then into the reheating chamber. So can we see the glory hole diagram? The glory hole is lined with hollow fire bricks. It rests at about 2,300 degrees. And it allows us to reheat the glass so we can shape it at the bench. She'll then go in with her jacks. The jacks are just tools to be able to carve or shape the glass. And as she leans her hand to the right, she'll be able to pull that bubble away from the end of the pipe. And then as she carves into the glass, she'll create a weak spot, a reference point that indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we're going to go into this paper mold that has water and paper into it to create this really cool organic effect on the glass. And so as we blow into it, it'll take the shape of this paper mold, almost as if it fell from outer space. So the surface of this glass has a really, really pretty glitter. You can't really see it when it's hot. And it has a really nice amount of transparency to it. So the combination of both, she said it kind of looks like a moon rock. And that's the goal. The goal is to have these forms imitate space and imitate what life may have looked like before we fully formed, as we try to regather after, kind of like when a star blows up or when the earth was in its Big Bang phase. So Kacie Lees is the visiting artist for the week here. Kacie's challenges the traditional craft of neon by both experimenting with alternative approaches of the material components and focusing on the scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven fine art form. So Kacie teaches at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago as the neon professor. Neon, it looks different when you're working it in opposition to hot shop work. So she sought out to come and work here in the hot shop to explore forms. And she'll illuminate these forms at a different point in time, and she'll probably also, cross the two mediums together to where they'll intersect with light and form. So now we'll put a little bit of water, tap the pipe to remove the glass. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. That annealing oven there rests at a certain temperature to bring the piece back down to room temperature to prevent thermal shock. It can't just stay in the natural environment. It's too chilly. And as that core is hot and those outer layers are cool, when they meet here in the normal environment, they could crack. So we'll allow them to meet in an environment where they'll be brought down to room temperature overnight. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? So the process starts in the furnace, and so what that looks like is getting stainless steel rods nice and hot. We'll dip them into the furnace to gather glass. We'll blow out the hollow steel pipes. We'll blow into the hollow steel pipes to create a bubble. And that bubble will be the catalyst for the hollow things that we make here in glass. Our visiting artist is Kacie Lees for the week. If you're interested in learning more about Kacie, you can also attend their artist talk Sunday at 1 p.m. here in the Hot Shop. Can we please see some of Kacie's past works? So Kacie Lees is an impassioned and dedicated scholar specializing in neon fabrications whose opulent site-specific installations elucidate nature and history through the ineffable phenomena of light. Kacie teaches at the School of the Art Institute in Chicago as the neon professor. Also, she teaches a class at NYU located at Urban Glass in Brooklyn, New York, and the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles. Here on the left side of the hot shop, we've blown out a bubble. We'll shape the bubble, and then Trenton will prepare a bar of color to lay over the clear bubble. That color bar looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll appear the color that it truly is when it's cold. So what we did now was we stuffed that bubble into paper that has been soaked in water, and it's called a paper mold. And you blow into it, and it'll take the shape of the paper, the organic shape of however the paper crumbles. And the last time we pulled the pipe out, she enjoyed that it looked like a moon rock, because what we're exploring shapes of stars exploding, the form of matter, of light and energy, when the planet exploded and then came back, right, and tried to find its way back to where we are today. So the beginning of that. And so Kacie Lees is our visiting artist for the week. They'll be here exploring in the hot shop and experimenting abstract shapes. So can we see some of Kacie's past works? So now we'll put a little bit of water on the jack line there, and this water will help release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. We'll tap it, that thermal shock will set in, and the vibrations will release the glass. All right. So off the pipe, we'll give it a little flash and then into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. Clap it up. So as you see, we've gathered glass again and we've overlaid color over the glass. It looks like it's orange, but when it cools down, it'll be the color we laid over a clear bubble, which will be a really pretty transparent, dense, darker color. Those papers are designed to help us shape the glass. We will move to the middle bench in a moment. Enjoy yourself where you are, but we will move to the middle bench in a moment. Around the 1 o'clock hour, we will stop and take a lunch break, and then we'll return. We'll return in about 1 hour. And now we'll knock this one off the pipe and put it into the oven. A little bit of water. We'll get under it. Tap the pipe. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. We'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight.
My name is Tarika Waters, and I am originally born in Richmond, Virginia, from the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia area. I am making a windshield for my rocket ship. So I have a solo exhibition coming up at the Seattle Art Museum. It opens May 7th, and one of the featured pieces is a giant powder pink colored rocket ship. I've been working on a series of ball barrettes over the years, some various mediums. My recent series, they were all done in glass. So the task here is to create a windshield for this rocket ship that kind of favors and lends to some of the those rounded organic shapes that are heavily featured in the exhibition. These ball barrettes have significant meaning. This rocket ship houses two pairs on either side, and so the windshield will essentially be an amalgamation of spherical elements, similar to like if you would blow bubbles at the end of that wand, where those bubble clusters just kind of come out and just fall alongside the wand, just kind of going for an organic shape. When I found out that I was going to be doing a solo exhibition at SAM, they wanted to give me enough time. I create immersive installations, so that requires a lot of planning and building out and that sort of thing. But when the year was 2025, that meant a lot of things. So I just knew that, hey, we're here in 2025. The exhibition is called Venus is Missing, and it's rooted back in my early childhood days in Richmond, Virginia, and it's focused on a specific time. I'm an 80s baby. I was born right at the height of the 80s, where the times looked a lot different than they do now. Not by much, but that was the onset of a lot of consumerism and just vibrant, saturated colors, a lot of distractions, television, just pop culture all around. For me, I like to draw from these elements that are symbolic of that time, symbolic of my childhood, that are, they are ubiquitous, but because they fit particularly into my narrative, then I can kind of bend and shape what that story looks like specifically for me and people who look like me. And so the ball barrettes have been a really great kind of anchor point in that I'm able to tell various stories with just that one specific object. And thinking about my 6-year-old self sitting on the carpet, we only had 3 channels. We couldn't afford cable. That was fancy. People don't even know what I'm talking about when I talk about cable. But just that space of play and imagination when you're surrounded by a lot of adult things where you just don't understand all of what's happening, why all these things are happening, and you're self-soothing, So with the show at SAM, I'm finally able to budget for a team of folks that can come in and help. When this residency came up, this was like, this is perfect, because I can then have that extension of the series that I was working with at my solo exhibition a couple of years ago that featured those glass ball barrettes at the Museum of Museums, and then kind of keep that story going. I think after SAM, this might put the cap on the ball barrette series. Like, I'm just trying to complete this circle. No pun intended. Everything is, I feel like Sesame Street, brought to you by a circle. Yeah.
My name is Corey Pemberton, and I'm from Los Angeles, California. I'm a painter and a glass blower. I dabble in textiles, and I run a nonprofit. This week at the Museum of Glass, I am working to translate some quilt patterns that I've been studying into glass Marini patterns, making some intricate sort of tiles that will eventually adorn the surface of some vessels. This whole interest started when I was gifted a book called Sweetgrass by Sonia Clark, who was the department head at Virginia Commonwealth University where I was going to school, and it was about those sweetgrass baskets. She knew that I was looking at them and was vaguely interested, and that act of her giving me that book or turning me on to that text felt in a way like I was being given permission to investigate my African roots. And I am of mixed race, and so sometimes I felt a little bit like it wasn't my place to investigate that sort of work or those sorts of interests in my work. And ever since then, I've had this interest in celebrating the makers who came before me in my lineage, potentially, and sort of inventing a history. The one pattern that we've been focusing on a lot the last few days is the log cabin quilt block. So on the Underground Railroad, there was this block that if you saw it on a quilt that was, say, hanging from a clothesline or on the outside of a barn or a home, you knew that that was a place that would be safe for you to stop and rest on your journey to freedom. And so I'm looking at that particular pattern and seeing how many different variations I can get by switching up the colors and the rotation of the Marini tiles. I also have a painting practice, so I do a lot of portraits and interiors of people who have historically not been included in the conversation in galleries and museums in terms of historical portraiture, people whose bodies fall outside of that, and who are typically depicted in moments of trauma or being extraordinary. I try to show people just existing. It's just been a really amazing opportunity already. We're only halfway through, and you know, I knew it would be special to have this amazing team here at the museum work on my designs, but there's all these little things I didn't anticipate, like how the work and the designs would develop with the minds of all of these craftspeople. You know, they're not just technicians, they all have their own background in art and in craft that is informing the stuff that we're making this week. And so yeah, I'm going to leave with a lot to mull over and expand upon, so I'm really excited about that. I've got a lot of things sort of on the horizon. One particular opportunity that I'm really excited about is an exhibition at the Mint Museum in Charlotte, North Carolina. I'm also doing a lot of work through the nonprofit Crafting the Future that I co-founded and am the director of. We have an event series called Better Together. The last time I was on this hot shop floor was for the closing demonstration for the Tacoma Glass Art Society conference. We've got one coming up at the end of this month, actually, at the Pittsburgh Glass Center. So getting ready for that, really excited. We'll have a team of black and brown craftspeople coming from across the country to celebrate one another and invite the public in to learn about glassmaking through our lens. So those are a couple things that I'm really excited about.
Well, thank you guys all for being here and being such an integral part of my career. I tried to narrow my focus down to, it's basically two ideas. Stop. Yep. Do you guys all understand cameo engraving? So I'm cutting through layers of color to make an image. The more white glass that I remove, the darker the shading. It's a black cylinder with a white sheet on it, and the imagery all comes from photo booth pictures. So this is a cameo engraving on a blown form, but instead of just a white rectangle, it's these kind of blobby forms. Where the white sheet glass is will still be cameo engraved, but in between there'll be a line drawing to continue the image. So it's an interrupted image. I've been trying to figure out how to explain this to everyone in a way that makes sense, but you all might just have to see it when I'm done. Yeah, I actually went to college for 2 years for animation before I got into glass. And I think that's one of the reasons I'm really drawn to engraving, is it gets imagery that I enjoy drawing into glass blowing. I love the physicality of the glass blowing and the teamwork, and then I love going home and sitting by myself for hours. It's really meditative for me to do the engraving part, and then this is like loud and fast, and you have to just react, you know? So this process for me really feels like it kind of encompasses both things, the way my brain works, you know? A little blowing. All right, we'll put a jack line in that. Are you okay? Yep. Yeah, I just want to blow it up now, Nick. Okay. How do you feel? Good. Okay. Yeah, do you want torching or anything? Is that the cerise? The cup? Yes. Yeah, left side. Do one more? Yeah, I got it.
Hi, my name is Benjamin Cobb. I'm the hot shop director and one of the glass blowers here at the Museum of Glass. Originally, I'm from Newport, Rhode Island, and I've been living in Washington State for 22 years. Yeah, I would describe myself as a maker or an artist. I pursued glassmaking in art school as a material, and then I was always interested in the process of glass blowing, the pursuit of sort of technical excellence, sort of a lifetime learner, if you will, and a problem solver. So I like to have all these techniques sort of packed away in my brain so that as I think about what I want to make, I might be able to pull from that to realize my ideas. I spend a lot of time outdoors with my family. We spend a lot of time on the water, fishing, hiking, camping. So a lot of time to take in sort of the natural wonders, as it were, and be inspired by them. Very lucky to have Olympic Color Rods sponsor me this week, and use this time here at the Museum of Glass to experiment with those. And one of the things I've been wanting to try for a while, is layering up three colors. The pieces that we were working on today it's sort of a general leaf shape with a bunch of lines in them to sort of represent sort of that visceral systems that you see in the leaf. I'm not trying to recreate those things, just inspired by it. The microcosm of things that are around you and sort of blowing them up to draw attention to those details. When I first started showing work, I made a variety of things that were sort of based on human anatomy. So I came up with this idea. I started making these forms that were sort of these abstract stomachs. They're very slick, modern-looking pieces. When I first started sort of making these, it was two colors, right? So a transparent over an opaque, and you get this hyper-saturated surface. but that would just make the interior that one opaque color, which was typically, in this case, it was blue. So I want to figure out how to add something more in there. So the interior of this thing is this bright yellow, and then there's an opaque blue, and then there's a transparent blue. That modern form is kind of stuck on a pedestal. Somebody might see it across the room and walk over to it and be like, wow, that's really cool. And they read the title card at the base of the pedestal, and you can see their sort of demeanor change when they read the word stomach. They would get like, ooh, they kind of cringed. And I don't know, that was almost more interesting to me than the actual work. I don't know if creative control is not the right word, but I have a lot of input on the creative direction of the museum, from developing the Visiting Arts program, working with curatorial closely. Having a full-time job sometimes limits your focus on your personal work. So I think over the past 22 years, this might be my third residency here. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but we facilitate other people's ideas. That's what we do. We facilitate other people's dreams coming true here in the hot shop. And to be able to have this 5 days to focus on my own work is awesome. It's incredible. The folks that are on the floor with me, Kristen Elliott, Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis. This week, also Sayuri Fukuda has come down to help. There's a few others that are coming up this weekend. I mean, it's awesome. And they're all here to help me realize my ideas. And that's so special.
All right, start to go flat, Nick.
Yeah, Jordan, push it forward.
Stop. Yeah, I got a little bit of an angle there. Just give it a light one. We got to sandwich it one more time. Whew, I got to put a glove on. Oh, I said it's like punning up on the inside.
I'm sure it's in like beautiful position, you know?
No.
Yeah, so now we're going to put a punny right here, Sarah. Ben, you wore cargo shorts so long that they come out style, in style, and back in style. Cap? That could have kept it. I'm going to need some rabbage. Rabbit. You can call me Nancy. I'm just cooling it. I'm not choking it anymore. Ooh, this is leaking. Got a little air on it? Okay. You ready? Flip. Pull, Sarah. Keep pulling. Good. Flip. Take it. I got it. To the side. Go up again. To the side. You can go this way, Ben. Either way. Nice. Flip. Start torching up there, Nick. Pull, Sarah. Stop. Let me get the other torch. Good. Now I'm going to get out real quick. Whee! Give me some tweezers. We'll make some small stuff tomorrow. I'm okay, Nick. Let me just look at it.
How's it coming off?
You want it flat or on edge, Nick? Edge. Flip. One more flip. All right, take it. Oh, nice job, dude. Oh, I just want to watch what happens in. You got it, Nick. Perfect. That looks great. Nice job.
My name is Eleanor Anderson, and I currently live in Hamtramck, Michigan, but I'm moving to Portland, Maine. My practice is mostly grounded in textiles, but I love the process of learning other mediums and playing in other genres. So I work mostly making large-scale fabric collages, and those incorporate a variety of different textile techniques. Sometimes weaving, sometimes knitting, sometimes hand embroidery. I think a lot about the human urge to play. Compositions where I stay fully engaged in the whole process. I don't have a preconceived plan before I go into them, so they really come about in a emergent way rather than a pre-planned sort of like I have a sketch or something like that. I came in with a lot of experiments that I started during the residency at Pilchuck, and then this week they're all getting a lot bigger. We're making some glass bricks or squares that I'm going to be later using in an installation. And I've also been experimenting with flame marking stringer into a knot pattern, and so these are getting applied to different vessels, like some bowls and vases. I think this afternoon we're going to do like a smushed cup, a bunch of cups that kind of like get compressed. I think they might be, maybe they'll exist on the blocks, or maybe they'll exist on a table or in constellation with other works. But I just love that. I love that they're so vibrant. I love that they stay luminous, and they can be both matte and transparent and sandblasted or shiny, and the light reflects and they glow. It's really like a collaboration between me and the material, or me and machine.
I'm Cedric Mitchell. I'm a Los Angeles-based glass artist. I think, as an artist, it's just, you have to, one, believe in yourself. And then, I spent a lot of time with perpetual practice. I come from a production background. A lot of my influences come from Editorial Sotsas and the Memphis Design Group, Nickelodeon. So like childhood cartoons and like old school 90s and 80s toys that came from that era. And then also playground equipment, incorporate bright and vibrant colors, and with a mixture of like these black and white stripes and these crazy like busy patterns. Glass was like a wide open lane. Like when I first started blowing glass, just doing research on like famous black glass artists and realizing that there weren't very many of those people. So like my search results generated like Deborah Moore, Thurman Statham, and Shay Rhodes. Those are like my 3 reference points. And then just realizing that that needs to change. So instead of like looking into them, it's just like becoming one myself. I was like, so it's like a beam. Like I usually like make these really tight, crisp forms and things like that. But you know, I started talking about this thing called the modern funk aesthetic, and then I started looking at my stuff, my work, and it's like it's not funky enough, you know. So like making it a little more funky, like adding like this crazy wild pattern and like some softer type shapes where it's not super crispy, and then maybe off center a little bit, and then some elements are still like straight, like it's straight here and straight here, but it's like a little funky in there. And then you're still using like those traditional techniques like Marini and Kane, and then the Encamo technique, but then like trying to make it mine. Yeah.
In the background is that green?
It'll be opaque, so like opaque color, so the first color type effect. And then also like playing into like how can these vessels or these patterns that I'm creating with traditional techniques also roll over into like fashion. You know, fashion also plays a role as me being like a former musician or a rapper. So like being highly involved in fashion and staying in tune with those things. And then also like hip hop as well, like the graffiti art, the cheetah print came from like fashion, like back in the 90s and the 80s where that was coming about. And then also like wrestling, so like those, my favorite wrestlers also had like bright colors like Macho Man and then like Sting. Trying to incorporate some of those things in my work. You know, everything that we're doing is like experimentation, so we've been just like trying new ideas of like shapes and then just, you know, figuring out what the Marinis are doing. They're like in the spaces where they're hot, where the Marini are, they create like this weird like bubbles and things. So it's a little lumpy, like a tortoise shell, which adds to the funkiness and the irregular shape. And then embracing that, you know. You spend so much time chasing mastery and making these things really nice, and then you hear people say that it's too nice. So there's no uniqueness to it, or it looks like it came from IKEA. So like switching it up and then just generating, you know, a one-time thing. You know, this will not be recreated again. So all the forms that I'm making, I don't plan on making them again.
My name is Nate Watson, and I live and work between San Francisco and Louisville right now. I work between disciplines and mediums. I work intuitively and through research. My work is additive. It's changing all the time. The way that I start in the morning isn't the way that I end at night, and so my ideas shift and change. But there's a visual language that I've carried with me for the last 25 years. I try to create a container, and my process is essentially vessels, containers, assemblages. I try to build works or take on projects that deal with those felt things that tend to be a little bit more invisible. I think as an artist, I think of myself sometimes as a translator, and also making things I've come to understand is really healing for me as well, and I think it is for others. Well, the funnel is a shape that I've worked with and around for a long time now, and I just did a little bit of research and kind of looked up that form and that shape and found that it had been applied to everything from universal expansion and the shape of the universe to also data visualization and how people chart issues and things like that. You can segment different parts, their facets and things like that. And for me, it's become more of a metaphor for the accumulation of experience and things, and having those things be focused down to like a point or a moment. So all of the experiences, the things that everyone's done to get to that level where they can work together seamlessly, and then focus all that energy in that moment and make it happen, that is the funnel. And the funnel is actually happening. It's the team. It's a group of people making the work.
My name is Victoria Amadizada Melendez. I'm from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm an artist who works with glass, and I work with the medium in multiple different ways. Right now, I primarily work with glass in the hot shop, blowing, also neon and flame working, and then I utilize or combine these ways of working with glass depending on the idea for my piece. I'm half Puerto Rican and half Persian, so I was looking at a lot of the Middle Eastern glass in Corning's collection and taking inspiration from that. And also my mother was a collector. My mom's Puerto Rican, but she was a collector of American glass and things like, we had objects like that in our home growing up. So, I'm trying to use form as this portal to storytelling and content, if that makes sense. Like today we're working on this Persian candlestick holder from the 13th century, and I want to give it like a bit of a contemporary update, like keep these ideas in our kind of cultural consciousness or something. So I've been really inspired by these forms that are 13th century Syrian mosque lamps, and they were always very elaborately gilded and enameled and decorated. So in looking at these historic forms, I kind of wondered what my ornamentation on the surface would be and why. And so here at Museum of Glass, I'm using this stamp that looks like an eye, and for me it's referencing the idea of the evil eye, an emblem that offers the wearer protection from jealousy or ill will. I just feel like it's so meaningful to be able to sit in this bench and blow glass here at the Tacoma Museum of Glass. It's it's a big stage to be on and a huge honor, and it just feels like something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, and something that really has brought me joy and a lot of confidence and pride in my work. I like to explore many different techniques in glass making. I feel like glass just has an endless amount of techniques to learn, and I like to sculpt glass, and I like to play with different techniques, and I like to combine different techniques too. In making the ammonites, they're kind of a challenging form to make. I think that's why I keep making them. It's like maybe trying to find the perfect wave. Yeah, what I like about the ammonites is that it's just kind of a cool index fossil that dates the layers of Earth. So I think it's an interesting idea that makes me think of our past. I feel like in making the ammonites, I started to cut them open and see what was happening on the inside. So I felt like what do I really love from that? What do I really love from that? Does it really have to be an ammonite or a shell or a thing? And then I felt like, well, let's just play around with the glass and let it do its fluid thing, and make marini and do color folds and chop it up and see what that looks like on the inside. I love how you can see them turning in the shop. It's flat as it's been cut through or something, and on the other side you have this beautiful
pore surface. The surface of the glass hasn't really been touched. So it has this really beautiful quality of magnifying what's behind it. So I just want to see both of those sides. So I need to figure out a way to display those.
My name is Fumi Amano. I'm originally from Japan, but currently I'm living in Seattle area. It's my first time doing the visiting artist program here, but when I moved to the US in 2013, I was in Seattle and helping lots of glass artist friends. So because I really wanted to experience in glass studio, so I was kind of helping lots of glass artist friends in this hot shop as well. I was assigned to make a sculpture with glass for a new concourse C at SeaTac Airport. So I'm working with the museum team to create lots of rondelles for that sculpture. I was inspired by the nature in Pacific Northwest, especially moss. It's such a beautiful nature, so I use a lot of cans to create like a moss-looking texture on the rondelles. So it's kind of a lot of experiment in the hot shop, but I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I can't wait to make rondelles with it. It's a kind of like a patient time, like, you know, pulling cans 1 day, 2 days, all days. But, you know, after that, we can just roll up and making lots of rondelles. So I can't wait to do that. Yeah, I do use different mediums. Like I use lots of mundane objects or some like old furnitures. I use old window frames or some like bed legs or something like old recycled materials to create sculptures. And also I really like to make a large-scale installation and sculptures with different materials. I was drawn to glass blowing at first. Then like I started using lots of different techniques in glass because it's such a beautiful craft material. Yeah, it's so satisfying to see like a really good glass artist like manipulating glass so smoothly. It's so satisfying to watch. Yeah. It's gonna be a public art at the airport. The most exciting part is maybe my family could see my work when they, you know, visit me. Then they will see my piece at first. So that's I'm so excited about this project. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, I see a lot like rondelles we made yesterday. Like, it's kind of like an experiment. So because I'm trying to make rondelles with kind of like a texture look like moss, it's a kind of challenging for us, like how to make and how it would look like as a result on the rondelles. So I really like how it turns out. Like I have a lot of designs on the paper, but you know, working with materials, that would change a lot how it would look like in, you know, real glass. So I really enjoy the kind of like a conversation with the material. Okay, I want to do this, and the material answered. So now I see the answer, and now I have to, you know, go back to the material, what I'm gonna do. So I really enjoyed that conversation with material so far.
I'm Jay, and I'm from Canada. Sorry.
I am super excited to be here. I was super surprised and delighted when I got that email. So I just have all these gestures that we can then play with the forms. So like this one might have this kind of at the bottom here. It looks like it's kind of like sliding on the floor or melting. And then up here it's kind of off center. And then these will be playful up here. They don't take long to make, which is what scared me about coming here. So that's why there's a lot of double overlays. But we didn't pop the bottoms out on these ones because I'm like, okay, well, I wanted to figure out how these things go together first, and then the opening up the bottom can be another thing, which would be this time. So I've never blown into that mold, so we should probably just try it. Maybe it's like a clear one or something like that. But
it looked pretty fresh.
It was fresh. It was very fresh. Jason Murphy made that for me. We just want to pull tubes because I thought it would be cool if we had different thicknesses of tubes, we could cut them into sections and glue them together. So as the neon went through it optically, they would change.
Low pressure.
Yeah. Let's have some fun. Especially that one, which totally looks like Mars Attack.
That's where
they are Bristol green and gold ruby, like K3. Yeah, I think, and we're gonna do the long pull up up from there, like maybe tomorrow or something like that.
What do you mean?
We're gonna try basically pulling this out, but then just doing it from up top so it drops in, and then just bend it into a U there and try and manipulate it.
Yeah.
We've been trying.
Yeah. No success?
We've had some turn brown, which is an interesting color.
Yeah, that's the selenium coming out of solution. When it gets heated up, basically, the different molecules of the different chemistries that are in there come out of solution, and they basically go out of phase, and that's where that milkiness comes from. So it's about how you heat your color out. When you're in there, when you drop it, heat it, when you do it, and then how you do your gather. So if you keep the whole thing clear in terms of your heat, and have it strike when it comes out there, that's when you'll get that true red. But that muddiness is just from that initial heat up.
Yeah.
It'll be great.
That's how it works.
I might want to break this one and see what she looks like in the middle.
Okay. It's your neon world. I'm just living in it. It's kind of a beautiful size. I don't know. Is that way too big?
Oh, like the diameter? The diameter is fine. I am worried that she
It's
is
too thick?
a little thick.
Yeah, just score it.
She might even be a little thin. But definitely usable.
Sweet.
At least this whole section is.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, like, if we did with the difference between the opaque and the, you know what I mean?
This will be a really light, nice.
Soft. Oh, lovely. Like, you just.
Not ideal, but not bad.
Well, it's our first pull. We'll get better.
Exactly. And so for poles, these are good too.
Sweet.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Is that cool? Okay.
You're just going to do one gather over?
No, probably two. Like, the tube should be about that big.
Yeah. 2 gathers?
Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube.
This is a thicker thing, right?
That's
smaller thing?
Yeah. So I think maybe the tube should be about like that wide.
Okay. And how finished you is like.
It doesn't even have. That seems big, but.
Yeah.
could be big, I guess.
But, well, I don't know. I mean, so 2-inch diameter.
The green is denser than the pink, so it's a good question. I think I got 2 gather. That wide if it goes like that. It'd be kind of funny if it was like a short one. Well, I'd kind of
always be short.
Yeah.
Depends where you cut it.
That's true. That's fair.
So just try to make a nice bend.
Yeah, it's just
You get really artificial looking ruby. So you want a color sample of this guy?
Sure.
And then one of the cobalt. Do you want neon and argon of both of them?
If we do that, then I'll know what it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will turn gray.
Okay.
That will turn purple with neon. Yeah, we'll do 2 color samples of each.
Okay, cool. Then we can see, like, we can look through different colors and see what they look like, sort of thing.
Cap? Yeah.
No cap. No, I'm just kidding.
No cap.
Jay!
Jason Christian. I reside from Ballard, Washington, originally from Coopville, Woodby Island, Washington. I've been making glass for 28 years. I started in a factory called the Glass Eye Studio in Seattle, Washington. I was lucky enough to be in Seattle where it was the golden era of glass in the city. There was lots and lots of studios, so I could at any given day walk into a studio and just open the doors and learn. I started coming here months after it opened, so it's been fun to grow with the team and know everyone and meet all the people that have come and gone and stayed, and it's a part of me and part of my career, so I'm grateful for having me and being a part of my life. They're massive. We're pushing the scale. These are some of the biggest ones I've ever made. First of all, I love the texture of glass patterns that you make. The traditional patterns like Radicello, Emerletto, the filigrana patterns. And I love to be able to actually like touch those patterns and feel that. It's like a fabric. Patterns and colors, I make those all by myself. So like the Radicello and all the Marini and stuff, I can make that. I've taught myself how to make that by myself. So when I was designing these, it was really important to me to be able to have that visually, that texture being exposed, and to be able to touch it, to get that sense of touch in the piece. There is a deeper meaning to those pieces. My stepfather, when I was 12 years old, kind of brought my mom and I back together. My mom had left my life when I was 3, and then we were able to kind of mend that with my mom. My stepfather bought me this yo-yo, and one that lights up red and blue on either side, and you throw it, it lights up. And it was this object that forever I have a memory of us coming together. And it's funny, when we're making this object here in the hot shop, when those two sides kind of come together, there's some kind of metaphor within that. I met a lot of these guys, when they were in high school, Trenton and Jack, and I have a 4-year-old son. It's cool to kind of get in touch with the youth that way too, so I kind of know what's going on in my son's life a little bit, so yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong. My name is Kun. I started glass blowing in Hong Kong because I was born and raised in there. But by the time that I started glass blowing, there was only one glass studio. So I never thought of having glass as my career or like having like a future dedicated with it. But by the time I graduated that year, the one and only glass technician retired and asked me to take over his job. So I took that opportunity and my glass journey started there. Glass blowing is a teamwork. I love working with people, but because I started in Hong Kong by myself, so I didn't really have assistants or anything like that to work with, so I have to figure out a way to make it work when I work by myself. So I understand glass through my own practice. Like, you'll have to get it very hot, how to like move your hand, so when you're holding a pipe, you'll still be able to do a lot of different angles. So that's how I started. So then even if I have a chance to work with someone else, I keep that practice. It's kind of muscle memory right now. Since I start glass blowing, I always do figurative object because I'm very into cartoon children books, because that's the way how I learn about like stories, and when people try to teach you something, it's always start with illustration, right? So that's where I start. Now I'm working on a series about my Hong Kong identity. I'm using this character called Lo Tang. Is a mythological character based in Hong Kong. They have a fish head and human body, so it couldn't live in the sea or the land. It's going to be like in between, a struggle either way. So this is how I feel about coming from Hong Kong to the United States. When I first started, glass color are very expensive, and I started in Hong Kong. Imagine you have to buy something and have it shipped all the way to Hong Kong. It's very expensive. So when I started, I only do clear, black, and white. That's how I learned, and I think that's helped me a lot throughout thinking about color, because I started with shading only. So then I have a more understanding of, okay, how could I make work actually look cohesive when it put together with color. So that's how I learned, that's my practice. And then I came here to the United States taking workshops from a lot of different people, like Karen, Jason, Raven, Roman, and Julia. So I learned how to apply color with these people, and I try to like steal little things from different people and then try to put it into my own work.
I'm Bree Chesler, and I'm from Seattle, Washington. This is my first solo exhibition hosted by a museum. So the Museum of Glass put a lot of faith into my ability to pull this off and do a full-on installation in their space. What makes it special is not only that it's an institution founded in glass as a medium, but the fact that they were willing to allow me to push the medium to the limit and put it outside of the box of tradition. And so by using glass in all of its mediums, all of its ways of manipulating it, so neon, kiln form glass, casting, hot shop, flame working, I integrate everything and really highlight the ways that the material acts when it's caught in like an unorthodox moment. I saw my residency with the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team as an opportunity to expand my studio practice a step further. So I focused on making really detailed glass elements that will act as the central components for larger installation work. And that series, I'm pushing in a direction where it actually is more physically kinetic and interacts with the audience. So a lot of it will be hooked up to proximity sensors and motion sensors that detect the presence of the audience and react to them. So when you initially walk into the space, the work will remain static and it will become alive as you walk through and engage with each individual piece. In a way, all of the work in here speaks to that, speaks to how I use the medium and how I highlight it in different ways. I would say specifically the things that people don't recognize as glass usually are. So I think that's kind of a fun play on the material, is sometimes I hide its identity and it really makes people question what it is. The aesthetic that I put onto my work that has that kind of whimsical, it could look childlike, or it could look like pre-teeny a little bit sometimes. I do that intentionally as a distraction to the audience. So it is meant to lure you in, kind of like a sugar-coated candy that's sour inside. You're gonna walk into this space kind of mesmerized and excited, but if you spend time with the work, you start to reveal these darker layers and complexities that make up the bigger picture. For me, the future of my career, what I really want to do is have a solo exhibition at the Guggenheim and be a Guggenheim Fellow. I really want to bring glass to an arena in the art world where it's not just isolated as a craft medium and as a medium that's seen as this delicate and fragile kind of material. I really want to amplify and show off the qualities of glass that speak to that kind of gestural, emotional narrative that you can really capture. And I feel like the art world hasn't really given glass that opportunity yet. There hasn't been that many people that have pushed outside of making a beautiful object. And so that's really what I'm focused on doing as far as advancing the material as I grow my practice. So my hope is just to make my work more and more interactive, to the point where it can't be ignored. You have to have an encounter with it, and it's just close enough to living where it has a fantastical kind of energy to it. But I still think that I'll always draw from my personal experiences when it comes to concepts and the ideas that kind of underpin the work.
I'm Cheryl Derricat, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
nice if you can make it. Yeah.
Can I make it?
Yes. Yep.
Be snappy.
Look at that bottom. Yeah, sure. Yeah, just once is fine.
Just gonna go once.
Awesome.
Can I touch those?
Yeah, totally.
What are you gonna touch, Ben? Good. Touch those two together when we come off. You got a little time.
You say when.
Do you want to touch those or not?
No, because I need to figure that out.
Three on the right, Eden.
Blow hard. Wait for this. Maybe I can pull it out, make a touch here, curl. Or do you want me to keep it free floating?
What about if you like bring it like across, bring it across these ones?
Bring it over the top?
Yeah. See
Below
this as?
touch?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you just stand by on the hot torch?
Yeah, totally. Attachment thing has like some element that is like coordinating whatever, or like drilling holes and putting like brass like fittings through, or I don't know, like seeing as how they're hollow, that makes that a lot easier.
Yeah. Way stronger. Lighter.
Yeah, yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. Thing, but maybe it's like black on the outside, but they put like gold inside it, and the light like reflects off the gold, and then like does stuff around it and things like that.
So, I mean, it's a cool idea. I'd have one of these in my house.
Sicky.
You know?
Well, see what happens. The two whites. Yeah, just they're two pieces. So like one of the whites with white cane on it, and then the other.
Oh, the white on the.
It's opaline.
Do you want to use that first?
Yeah.
Okay. So
and then
opaline and white cane.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And then the second one will be the next white and white cane.
Okay.
That's kind of like a milky white.
So I'm getting ready for a show in the fall at St. Louis Art Museum, and I'm trying to work through these apothecary vessels. So they're sort of multi-part blown glass pieces. I just told Nick that I saw one at the Corning Museum that was 4 feet high. So we'll see how much we can sort of pull off there. But they do have sort of different stands and displays. It was meant to signal to people who were illiterate that this was a pharmacy. So I'm interested in that sort of aspect of form and color and messaging, and how that sort of relates to conversations around healing today. Some sketches with colored glass, and I ordered some colored glass that arrived yesterday. So I think some of them will have colored glass, but today we're starting with mostly clear glass. The photographs are much better than my drawings, but hopefully we'll knock out some of these. As you can see, a lot of them have like colored liquid in them. So that will be the second phase after the hot shop experiment. So I'm excited to be here. Thank you, Jabari, for really making this happen. We met probably 15 years ago in New York City when Jabari was at Mokata. So I'm really happy to be part of the show, and thank you to everyone who made this show happen, and thank you for bringing me out.
Preston Singletary, and I'm from Seattle, Washington, working here at the Museum of Glass. This week I'm working on this bust, which will be incorporated into a larger sculpture. There's an example over here of this bust form with the sort of the head and the hat, something I developed for the show and made. Actually haven't made very many more of them because there's so much work. And so they are ancestral figures, so just sort of bringing kind of like a human element into, sort of this sculptural form. I'm going to take advantage of the larger glory hole and make some more proportionate bust forms. Friday, I'm having Dante Marioni come, and we're going to work on a few things together, our sort of ongoing collaborations. Dave Walters is going to help me working on these cylinder forms. Yeah, whatever you think would be good for firing. Yeah.
Yeah, these shapes are the ideal shapes to fire.
Yeah. It's a way of working. I'm very heavily influenced by modernism and Henry Moore and Calder and that whole modernist era, and because in a lot of cases they were really inspired by indigenous art, Native American art. So I found that kind of fascinating. So I was kind of juxtaposing that and trying to take inspiration from the things that they made. Over this, however long I've been working with this style, native style, it started in like 1988, and I really put my foot down in about 95 to develop it as far as I can. And so then I started playing with these kind of abstractions and sort of modern kind of a take on the traditional art. Well, I started, as a glass maker, just blowing glass, and, really into the process of, blowing things and controlling the material as best I could. But then when I turned to my cultural background, it really opened up a lot of doors for me, but I also had to kind of relearn, rethink my approach to the material. And so it really led me on this path, which caused me to think about things that were a lot more figurative and narrative, because that ties in with the mythology of the Tlingit tribe. So then I started to, when I came up with the Raven in the Box of Daylight exhibition, which is traveling, then that is, was a big exploration into the mythology and the symbolism behind the story itself, and then how could I represent that with objects and tell the story in this, in this experiential way. And now I'm sort of on to the next chapter, like, okay, Raven did all these things in ancient history, so what's he up to now?
My name is Ade Jean-Baptiste, and I'm from Westchester, New York. My work kind of tackles this idea of these creatures moving through this landscape. They're oftentimes a metaphor for the feeling of otherness. So it kind of is a metaphor for my own personal experience of maybe not being like the first one to land. My parents are immigrants. They immigrated to the U.S. during the 80s, but this kind of second generation that is kind of both kind of part of this other culture that is not American, but trying to fit into this American culture, which is with these aliens, it's the same thing. These aliens, they can't be human. They will always be alien, but they're kind of co-opting parts of human culture. So you can kind of see in some of the figures, the clothing that they wear, even sometimes the expressions and the kind of the funky things that I add to them that kind of push that narrative further. Color is really, really important in my work. I like to use the strongest opacity of color possible. Growing up, color was always around me. It kind of ties into growing up in a very, or adjacent to an urban environment and thinking about graffiti culture and things like that, where color is a huge part. It also is a way to kind of signify ourselves. I think my philosophy on art, it comes from a lot of different places. I would say that A lot of it comes from a place of conversation and community. So a huge part of my work, while I do have a huge artistic practice, I have a huge social practice. I wouldn't be here standing today without a larger community. Even just the flight out here, I was supported by Hilltop Artists, and I did a residency with them a week before. Even all the color bar that I have for this residency, I was sponsored by Olympic Color Rods. Shout out to them, they're amazing. And so I think that at its core, art for me is community. What even brought me into thinking about concepts of community was coming from a place of wanting to see more of myself within the hot shop space. During my undergraduate time, I ended up working with my professor, and we collaborated on a series called the Black Glass Artist Series, where we bring in artists who are coming from the Afro diaspora to Alfred, New York to do a week-long residency where they get to make their work as well as collaborate with students. For me, that was really important because it came out of time through a lot of pain within the African-American community here in the U.S. during everything that was happening during BLM, and for a larger part of the U.S., them starting to kind of wake up and be like, gee willikers, like this is an issue. And so kind of utilizing people's kind of empathy toward that and kind of holding their feet to the fire, and like if this is something that you're passionate about, donating money and working together. I was very fortunate to have Thurman Statham come down for our first auction and help donate some of his pieces and even be an auctioneer. And so I think that's another reason why I'm so drawn to community, is because of how that series was able to shape my collegiate experience, even my glass experience, working with all those different artists.
Back into the process.
I'm Ayano Yoshizumi from Japan, and I'm based in Toyama Prefecture now. 6 objects. I draw on the paper. Then I just introduce more color and patterns into my work, because I've been making those silhouettes, but just like plain color or like plain color faded. So I just wanted a more complicated application onto it, because I'm trying to bend, because I always use mold to make a rectangle shape, but I wanted to distort it a little bit more. Yeah, so I really like the designing and colors as well. Especially I admire the etchosauces, like Italian design. Working in Australia changes me so differently. Like
Hello everyone, welcome to the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I will be your MC for the afternoon. Here in the Hot Shop today, we have visiting artist Kacie Lees in the super cool green denim shirt. Kacie will be here through Sunday creating in the Hot Shop with our team. They applied for this residency to be able to experiment with creating forms. These forms this morning, they were transparent, colorful forms. And so we're exploring basically the forms of what happens when stars blow up, the Big Bang kind of like theory and all of that matter coming back together, and the lights and the illumination that came from the colors. And so I'll tell you a little bit more about Kacie Lees. Kacie challenges the traditional craft of neon by experimenting with alternative approaches of the materials components and focusing on scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven art form. So, in her day-to-day life, she lives in Chicago, and she's a professor at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Sometimes she'll teach a class at Urban Glass, located in Brooklyn, New York, for New York University. And sometimes she'll teach at the Museum of Neon Art, located in Los Angeles. But this week, she's here with us creating forms in the Hot Shop. So creating neon signs and filling those tubes or pumping those tubes with the colors is a whole different process than making glass here in the hot shop. So she sought out this residency to find ways that the two mediums connect, and I guess in her own way she'll find ways for them to intersect also. And so she'll be able to pump plasma into some of the forms to then create some illumination through the glass, exploring light, refraction, and light and refraction through transparent glass blown here. These forms are abstract. And to get into the process specifically, what we just did was they created a clear bubble on the end of a blowpipe. The blowpipe we dipped into the furnace. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace are the large silver tanks with the doors on the front of them to keep the glass safe. And so the glass furnace is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It holds up to approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. Dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. And as we rotate that pipe, when they pull the pipe out of the furnace, the glass will be orange, just like the diagram. When it cools down, it'll cool to become clear. All of the glass in the furnace is clear, so what they just did on the left side of the hot shop was we took a bar of color, heated up the bar of color, laid it over the clear bubble, snipped it. So now we will stretch the color all the way over the clear bubble back to the end of the pipe. And this is known as a color overlay. This is how we are applying color to the glass today. It's a little bit of color and a little bit of glass, right? Clear glass right now. But we'll gather over that initial starter bubble with the color overlay. We'll gather over it, and then we'll continue to expand the form. I think we're going to actually blow into copper. And so this is another one of those experiments with exploring natural abstract shapes. So we're going to blow a bubble into a copper wire. You'll watch that all come together right here on the hot shop floor. My name is Emily, and Kacie Lees is with us here in the hot shop this week. If you're interested in learning more about Kacie, what she does with neon, you can come Sunday, April 1 o'clock. On Sunday, I don't know why I said April, sorry. Sunday from 1 to 2 o'clock is their artist talk this week here in the hot shop. If you can't make it back, you can always tune into the live stream. We're always streaming from 10 to 5, Wednesday through Sunday, on our programs, our hot shop tab online. So we've gathered over that little color overlay, that tiny bit of colored glass. And now we'll start to blow out and expand and shape the form. The papers are just regular good old newspaper that have been soaked in water, which allows for her to to shape the glass almost as if she's using her bare hand. Our visiting artist this week is Kacie Lees. Kacie works in neon, but this week she'll be exploring forms in the hot shop. Organic forms that will help help her then be able to illuminate these forms and look at the way that the light interacts, refraction, illumination. And we are preparing this bubble to be able to fit through that copper wire that she has manipulated and twisted up. So we're going to blow it into the copper. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So we have to work in and out of the reheating chamber to keep the body of the piece well heated throughout to prevent any sort of shock. The glory hole is powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept at 2,300 degrees. So next, we're just going to create a jack line. And so what that means is that we're going to carve into the glass to help move the bubble away from the end of the pipe. So we're just kind of creating some definition in the space to be able to later take the piece off of the initial pipe. So with that hot torch there, we'll rotate and we'll rotate. And then we're going to pull up the area. So as we are exploring these organic forms, they also kind of have a space vibe to them. So we'll pull it out almost as if it's, moving while blowing up in space. So if you're ever interested in learning a little bit more about Neon Primer is available in the store by Kacie Lees. It's a book, a handbook on light construction that she has written, and it's very interesting. It was helping explain what was happening in these little light manipulators. They show what we can't see visually because our eyes can't process in the way that the little light helpers do. I will tell you the proper name in a moment. Can we see some of Kacie's past works just to learn a little bit more about what she does when she bends neon? She has a background in printing. So she spent a lot of time. Can we see some of Kacie's past works? Can we see some of Kacie Lee's past works? If you are ever interested in coming to pick up a second, have a second sale coming up June 21st. And so what that means is that here in the hot shop, the team will make items, and sometimes those items don't make it out for the public to see. And so sometimes, like, you know how there's samples in fashion, we have like seconds or samples made here in the hot shop. So if you're interested in coming to grab a second, the sale starts as low as like $10. So if you're local and you really would like to acquire something great for a great deal, then come back on June 21st for the second sale. And then also, if you're ever interested in what's happening here in the hot shop, but you can't make it back here, you can log on to our live stream Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5. And we're always streaming on the hot shop tab. So now we'll take our form and dip it into some frit that's laying on the table there. And frit is just crushed glass, and that's some larger size frit, and it may have a special coating on it. So now Trenton is suited up to be able to take this piece or catch this piece off the pipe. We'll put a little bit of water onto that jack line we carved in. We'll tap the pipe, and the vibrations and the thermal shock will help remove the glass from the end of the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And in just a moment, we'll do it all again. So whenever we make things here in the hot shop, we have to allow them to rest in the annealing oven to cool down overnight. The annealing oven is a place that will help bring the piece slowly back down to room temperature, because as those inner layers are nice and hot, those outer layers are nice and chilly because they've been in the hot shop air. And so when they meet, we don't want them to crack. So they'll go into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. So now we're going to get back into the process, and the process will start by the color overlay application of adding color to the surface of the glass. So that glass became that really pretty milky white because we'd place color over a clear bubble. So can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about the application and color in glass? Can we see the color overlay video? Can we see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the process starts by dipping into the furnace. There will rotate the hollow steel pipe into the furnace, gather glass. And as you can see, the glass looks like it's orange, but it's just hot. When it cools down, it will be clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace rests at about 2,100 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it can hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. When you come out of the furnace with the rod, you'll see the glass is orange, but when it cools down, it'll be clear. We laid a piece of color over a clear bubble in the core of this, so we'll see what color it'll be as we progress. They're going to move to the middle bench also, so don't worry. So our visiting artist for the week is Kacie Lees. Kacie Lees spends her time as the professor of neon, and neon is totally different from hot shop work, even though you see that neon signs are glass. The process is so scientific. It is very, very, very different from working here in the hot shop. So she said when she applied to this, she was excited. And when she told other people that were aware of this residency opportunity, they were excited. And so she just had this spiral of excitement to get here, to be able to create these forms. And the forms are her interpretation and allowing the glass to abstractly go in ways, just flow. And so they represent life. I'm sorry, like the Big Bang, right? And then also like a star exploding. And so she's creating these abstract forms to then cast light through them to explore the refraction and illumination and what happens when light interacts with this type of glass. She can also pump plasma into them due to her background and knowledge of neon, bending neon. And so a plasma is a whole nother process of how you can pump plasma to cast light into a space. Here in the hot shop, he's using papers to be able to shape the glass that we've gathered over. We're going to continue to blow this bubble out and elongate and shape the bubble. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? So now we'll go in with the block. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that has been soaking in water, which will allow us to cool those outer layers down as that core stays nice and hot. So as we blow out that internal bubble, it'll expand into the walls, and it will, because the block helped cool down those outer walls, the bubble will expand evenly into the cooled out surface around it. And then those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. So whenever we transfer a piece off of a blowpipe, we call that like a punty. The term is puntale, which means to bridge in the Italian language. But when he dips that little connection point on that tiny rod into the glass, it's called a puntetto, and it allows us to be able to bring the glass up after Sarah gets it nice and hot. So we're just pulling these points to enhance our galaxy organic vibe. We rotated the glass and the speckles of crushed glass that was on the table. These had a really, really cool film over them known as dichro. Kind of looks like a rainbow, so it'll enhance even more of our galaxy space theme that we're going for. It'll give us this somewhat, kind of, maybe. My name's Emily, and if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask your questions. I'll be happy to answer your questions. Kacie Lees is with us here in the hot shop. Kacie works and teaches as a neon professor at NYU, Museum of Neon Art, LA, and daily at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Kacie Lees is an impassioned and dedicated scholar specializing in neon fabrication whose opulent site-specific installations elucidate nature and history through the ineffable phenomena of light. So as she makes these forms here with us, this gives her the ability to move light through different objects in opposition to just neon bending fine art items. And so this will give her the ability to go back and pump things like plasma through the glass. And we were just talking about the different stages of matter and how different things like neon, argon, and helium create different lights when you pump them into these vacuum concealed containers. So that's a fun conversation to learn a little bit more about what gas looks like, what it illuminates as when it's excited. And so Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., Kacie will have her artist talk here in the hot shop. So if you're interested in learning more about Kacie and the work that she creates, you're welcome to come here one Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m. or you can always live stream. We're live streaming daily. So if you're ever curious to know what's happening here in the hot shop from 1 to 2 from Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m., be sure to go onto our website and hit the programs tab, the hot shop tab, and hit the hot shop live stream button to see what's happening here in the hot shop. So we've attached a bit of glass there onto the end. This transfer rod will allow us to clean up the opposite side that's attached to the initial blowpipe. So we'll put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in earlier. We'll tap the pipe. The vibration and the shock will allow for the glass to remove itself. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? So what you can't feel is how hot it is. Those pieces are well above, 2,000 degrees at times, and all that radiating energy hits her arm. So the paddles are helpful as Trenton goes in to shield her as she cleans up the opposite side of the piece. So now we're going to take the piece off of the initial blowpipe. So Trenton will put on the Kevlar gloves to protect his skin from physically being burned, but he can still feel those high temperatures radiating through the materials. So we'll flash the top there, get it prepped to be removed from the pipe. So we'll cinch it, add a little bit of water. So we'll tap it off the pipe. Let's give them a big round of applause for all their hard work. And then into the annealing oven, it'll rest overnight until it cools back down to room temperature. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. We have Kacie Lees here as our visiting artist for the week. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? So you'll see here her proposal for blowing glass into steel traps, and then also the idea of where she would like to take the transparent glass, add glass that has this really pretty film over it, and then illuminate it. The work is inspired by the idea of what happens in space when stars blow up, or, you know, kind of like the big boom. What happened and how did we form? So what was the core of that formation of all the different gases and how they became matter and how they formed to become planet Earth that we're on today? So as we continue to dip into the furnaces, the glass, it gathers, and we gather these layers as if almost like an onion. It has a core with all these layers around it. Our visiting artist here in the hot shop this week is Kacie Lees. Kacie spends her time between different places, such as Brooklyn at the teaching for the NYU, Los Angeles at the Museum of Neon Art, and daily you'll find her at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. And in all of these places, she teaches as a neon professor. Can we see some of Kacie Lee's, in just a moment, past works? So this residency for Kacie Lee is an opportunity for her to be able to experiment with creating abstract forms that are very much so imitating stars exploding and the forms that they take and the big bang of just all the different gases and matter and how it formed organically before it formed to be Earth. On Sunday, Kacie will have an artist talk from 1 to 2 p.m. here in the hot shop, where she'll be able to tell us more about the items she's made and about herself. If you can't make it back here into the hot shop, you can always live stream to learn more about neon and Kacie Lees. So if you're ever interested, you can always go online and hit the Hot Shop tab and hit the Hot Shop live stream button to be able to watch us here working in the Hot Shop. So to get back into the process, as you can see here on the big screen, we have dipped into the furnace, we've gathered a little glass, and then we've laid white colored glass over the surface. Then we gathered over it again. All of the glass from out of the furnace is clear, which will allow us to be able to continue to blow out this color. We're going to stretch out this color to where it has a little bit of a transparency effect to it. We call this a blow through. And so, as they continue to blow out the pipe, they'll gather over it again. To blow out the bubble, they'll gather over it again. The process of adding color to the surface of the glass today is known as a color overlay. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've rotated the glass inside of the chopped or crushed glass here on the table. This is known as glass frit. It has a really beautiful iridescent surface film known as dichro that lays over those little pieces of crushed glass because we're going for that galaxy universe essence. And so as the shape will be organic, so will the specks of glass on it. So currently into the process, Sarah will go in with the jacks and carve into the glass by squeezing her grip, moving it to the right. And so what that does is that helps move the bubble away from the end of the blowpipe. We'll go back in with those jacks and squeeze back in to reinforce that jack line where we started. That jack line there creates a weak spot in the glass. And this is important because we need a good carved in line of tension to refer to when we need to remove the piece from the initial blowpipe. Can we please see the glory hole diagram? So while working at the bench and manipulating the glass, we must go in and out of this reheating chamber to be able to continue to work on the piece.
The color in glass.
If you look at the big screen there, you'll be able to see that this hollow fire brick oven is lined with bricks that are able to withstand very high temperatures. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. And the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. Our visiting artist, Kacie Lee, is right now experimenting with forms that would have been organically shaped when a star blows up, explodes, or when the world was trying to reorganize itself, which comprised of different gas and energy and matter before it became as big as it is today. Thank you. In Kacie's daily life, she teaches as a professor at for at the Urban Glass Center for NYU. Sometimes she'll be at the Museum of Neon Art in Los Angeles, but daily she's at the the Art Institute of Chicago, teaching as the neon professor. Kacie challenges the traditional craft of neon by both experimenting with alternative approaches of the material's components and focusing on the scientific elements to educate the public on neon as a process-driven fine art form. She has a book in the store currently. It's Neon Primer, a handbook on light construction that she wrote. And you can learn more about her at KACIELEES on Instagram or at KACIELEES.com. If you'd like to learn more about her, this Sunday from 1 to 2 p.m., she will have an artist talk here in the Hot Shop. If you can't make it back, we're always live streaming from 10 to 5, Wednesday through Sunday. And my name's Emily, so if you guys have any questions, feel free to shout my name out. So we'll do is we will concentrate with that hot torch. That hot torch gets up to about 5,000 degrees, and then after she hits it with the hot torch, we'll go into that reheating. We'll go into that reheating chamber just to make sure that the body of the piece is evenly heated, just to avoid any sort of thermal shock. And then when she takes it out, it'll be so hot and malleable, we'll be able to put the puntito there. The puntito is the glass that we're dipping in and pulling out with the body with. Can we please see some of Kacie Lee's past works? So the idea that Kacie's art, some of the topics Kacie's exploring is illumination, refraction, and light as it travels through the glass and what those interactions look like with glass from here in the hot shop. She can also pump this glass with what they call plasma to be able to just explore different interactions and how it looks in other forms other than just tubing. So light, color, colored glass, transparent colored glass with different speckles. She also explored her craft of printmaking for a very long time, and then she ventured into neon. So now we're going to clean up the opposite side of the piece, and we'll be able to do that by transferring it off of the initial blowpipe onto a additional rod. We'll put the dipper hand in the water there, lay it over the jack line, tap the pipe, and remove the glass. So as we go in and out of that reheating chamber, we'll be able to keep the glass nice and hot to manipulate it at the bench. The reheating chamber is lined with hollow fire bricks, and it's able to withstand the high temperature that it rests at of 2,300 degrees.